Welcome back to AFK Asleep, dear traveler. If you are new here, welcome to this small corner of calm. AFK Asleep is where we explore the worlds that shaped us, one quiet journey at a time. So if you like stories that sound like lullabies and places that make you happily nostalgic, take a moment to like the video, subscribe, and then settle in. And tell me in the comments when and where you are listening from tonight. I hope that wherever you are, these stories have helped you even a little. And as always, which Pokémon do you think we'll meet first? Tonight, we are not venturing into a forest or a mountain or a temple lost to time. We are stepping into something different. A city that never truly stops breathing. Goldenrod City. Maybe you have been to Goldenrod before in another lifetime, or maybe this is your first visit. Either way, it is time to arrive. Out in western Johto, between the rivers that run from Route 34 and Route 35, Goldenrod glows like a lantern suspended between two worlds. Kanto and Johto dream and day. Its towers hum quietly through the night, and its streets, even when empty, carry a rhythm all their own. If you have ever walked through a sleeping city, you know the sound. The low, steady pulse of power lines, the slow sigh of wind between glass, the faint echo of a train far away. Goldenrod has all of that and more. It carries the secret songs that only Pokémon can hear. Before we begin, take a breath. In through your nose, slow and steady, and out through your mouth, gentle as steam. You are safe here. You do not have to chase or win or prove. Tonight, you simply wander. The magnet train slides into the station, sleek and silver, its headlights painting long ribbons across the platform. Doors open with a sigh, releasing a pocket of warm metallic air. You step out, and the floor beneath your feet hums, not loud, just alive. Outside, the sky is deep indigo, that hour when the stars compete with streetlights. Somewhere up there, a hoot-hoot calls once, then twice, marking the turn of another quiet minute. Goldenrod at night does not shout, it glows. The radio tower casts a slow pulse of white light that sweeps across the city like a heartbeat. Neon signs shimmer in shopfront windows, the department store logo, the bike shop symbol, a tiny flower outline flickering above the florist's door. You start to walk, and with each step, the world softens. There is the scent of rain that never came, the echo of footsteps that might not be yours, and the feeling that the city itself is watching, not as a crowd, but as a companion. Somewhere, a Jigglypuff hums to itself under a lamp post, its song too tired to finish. From an open vent comes the faint rattle of machinery, maybe the game corner's cooling fans, still spinning after midnight. Everything is half awake, half asleep. The dream between dreams. Goldenrod is the heart of Johto, commerce, connection, communication. Those are its veins and nerves. But tonight, you are not here to trade or battle or collect. You are here to listen, to hear how a great city rests. You pass the first poster outside the station. Forward faster. Magnet train, connecting regions, connecting dreams. The edges flutter in the light wind, almost like it is breathing with you. The hum of the train does not fade entirely. It lingers under your steps, a low musical note holding the world together. You imagine the people still awake inside. A mechanic finishing paperwork, a night guard tapping his Pokégear, an Abra blinking once before teleporting home. Everywhere, invisible threads stretch and shimmer, phone signals, radio waves, gentle connections that never sleep. That is the thing about this city. It is not about motion. It is about memory. Goldenrod remembers everything. The laughter from the game corner, the creak of bikes rolling out of their racks, the fragrance of Gracidea petals on market mornings. Even now, long after curfew, the scent of flowers drifts faintly from the north, carried by the same wind that brushes the department store banners. You smile because you realize something. Even in the largest cities, peace can still find you. It is disguised as hum or light, or the quiet warmth of neon against your cheek. You walk toward the main street, where shop windows mirror the stars. Your reflection moves between them. A traveler, unhurried. Somewhere in those reflections are stories waiting to be told. A Machoke carrying boxes in a basement. A sandshrew curled in a cardboard corner. A Growlithe warming a fire in a small house by the bike shop. All of them, like you, are part of the city's breathing. Goldenrod at night is not lonely. It is contemplative. Every sound feels intentional. The click of traffic lights when no cars pass. The sigh of automatic doors that open only for the wind. The city is not sleeping. It is meditating. Maybe it has been waiting for someone to walk its streets slowly enough to notice. Tonight that someone is you, so let us begin this walk together. We will wander from the magnet train's polished platform to the silent radio tower. Down through the underground tunnel where the old vending lights still hum. Into the heart of the gym where Miltank's soft breath warms the petals that never wilt. We will visit Bill's quiet home where Evie dreams beside the glow of a monitor. The communication center where the air itself feels alive with memory. And finally, when dawn comes, we will end at the flower shop where Shaman rests among the blossoms. Because gratitude is the gentlest way a journey can close. So before you close your eyes, take another slow breath. Let your shoulders drop. Let the world shrink to this single street. Softly lit, waiting, Goldenrod hums beneath you. The windows breathe light. The train departs in the distance, carrying another dream away. And as you begin to walk step by step, you realize tonight is not about finding somewhere to go. It is about letting the city guide you home. So take my hand and together let us wander into the heart of Goldenrod City. The air is warm as you take your first steps into the magnet train terminal. The polished floor gleams under soft golden light, and every sound feels padded, hushed. You can hear the faint mechanical hum beneath your shoes, steady and low, like the city's own heartbeat. The scent of metal and ozone hangs in the air, clean and faintly sweet, the smell of travel and electricity. You pause for a moment and take it in. The curved glass walls reflect the night outside, where the city's lights stretch into the horizon like a constellation turned upside down. A few travelers linger by the benches, half asleep, their silhouettes blurred by the glow. There is comfort in that blur, in being part of something that moves even when you stand still. A magic carp fountain stands near the wall, its water looping endlessly into a round basin. Droplets catch the light and fall like quiet notes. Somewhere beyond the sound of trickling water, the distant magnet train hums again. Its rhythm is calm, almost hypnotic, like the pulse of a memory trying to stay awake. You take a slow breath. The air feels different here. It is not the crisp air of the mountains or the damp mist of a forest. It carries a quiet promise of motion, the invisible thread between two worlds. Somewhere across the tracks, Saffron City is waiting. You can almost imagine it shimmering like a reflection on the other side of a lake. A soft glow catches your eye. A small Abra sits at the far end of the platform, legs crossed, tail curled neatly beside it. Its eyes remain closed, but you can feel its awareness brush gently against your thoughts. It tilts its head once, and in that moment you feel the strange sensation of being seen, as if your arrival has been noticed by the city itself. The Abra gives a tiny nod before vanishing, leaving only a ripple of golden air behind. You move closer to the train. Its surface gleams like a mirror, and you see your reflection merge with the night lights outside. For a second, you cannot tell where the train ends and the city begins. The magnet train is not just transportation here. It is a thread through space and memory, binding Johto and Kanto together like twin halves of a dream. You remember what people say about Goldenrod's nights, that even when the world outside slows down, the city never truly sleeps. Instead, it breathes. Every flickering streetlight, every sign, every quiet hum adds to the rhythm of that breath. Standing here, you can almost hear it. The sound of people, Pokémon, and electricity, all woven together into something alive. A Nidoran darts across the platform, nose twitching before disappearing behind a pillar. Somewhere above, a Hoot beats its wings once and lands on the edge of the glass dome. Its round eyes gleam red for a moment, then close again. The faint scratching of claws on glass is the only sound as it drifts into stillness. You pass a vending machine, glowing faint blue. Behind the glass are rows of bottles labeled fresh water and moo milk. The Miltank on the label looks cheerful, holding a glass of milk in its stubby hooves. You can almost imagine its warmth, the rich, creamy taste of its milk, made under moonlight by a Pokémon strong enough to nourish a whole herd. Goldenrod feels like that too. Nurturing, tireless, generous in its quiet way. Near the wall, a map of the magnet train routes lights up when you touch it. Small dots blink between the regions: Kanto, Johto, Goldenrod, Saffron. For every dot, there are thousands of stories moving beneath it. People traveling to see family, trainers returning from faraway gyms, letters and goods and messages crossing invisible lines. You trace one glowing path with your finger and feel the faint hum of the system respond, as if the city is gently acknowledging your touch. The air around you shifts slightly. You can feel the faint current of magnetic energy hum through the metal rails. It vibrates softly against your fingertips. That hum feels alive, like the city whispering beneath your skin. It is a reminder that Goldenrod's strength lies not in its noise, but in its steady continuity. Things move, people change, and still the rhythm stays the same. You walk toward the main exit. The automatic doors slide open in a smooth arc, letting the night breeze spill in. The scent of the city greets you again, a mixture of concrete, rain, and blooming flowers carried from somewhere far north. You can almost taste the shift between enclosed air and open sky. Outside, the lights of Goldenrod stretch endlessly. Long streets glimmer with signs, and the radio tower stands tall in the distance, its antenna blinking in slow rhythm. You can hear faint sounds drifting through the air, a Pidgey cooing, the echo of bicycle wheels somewhere down the road, the soft chatter of a faraway cafe closing for the night. You glance back at the station one last time. Inside, the magnet train rests still, its sleek body reflecting the last traces of your movement. You realize that trains are like memories. They always leave, but the tracks remain. Goldenrod's tracks, polished and unending, connect places and people not by distance, but by intention. As you take your first step into the street, you feel a quiet sense of belonging. The air carries warmth from the pavement. The streetlights hum softly overhead. Somewhere above, the stars blink between gaps in the city glow, like tiny reminders that even here, surrounded by steel and glass, the night sky is still present, patient, and watching. You take another breath. The hum of the station fades behind you, replaced by the low murmur of the city's main road. The path ahead stretches wide, paved with golden tiles that seem to glow under the lamps. A faint mist hovers near the ground, curling around your shoes. You walk slowly, letting the rhythm of your steps match the pulse of the city. Ahead, the radio tower waits, its tall spire gleaming like a lighthouse for wandering trainers. The thought brings a small smile to your lips. You are still, yet the city moves with you. Every sound, every light, every passing breeze feels like part of a grand, living orchestra. Goldenrod hums again, deeper this time, and the sound folds into silence. Your journey begins here. You turn your gaze toward the west, where the radio tower rises over the skyline like a pillar of memory. The streets stretch before you, calm and bright. You take your next step and Goldenrod walks with you. You follow the main road west, where the glow deepens to a warm amber hue. The streets here feel older, calmer. The sounds of the magnet train fade into memory, replaced by the steady whisper of the city's breath. The radio tower rises ahead of you, tall and patient, its glass and metal frame gleaming against the dark sky. It is a monument not to noise, but to connection. You can feel its quiet pulse in the air, long before you reach its gates. As you approach, the faint static of unseen frequencies drifts through the night. It sounds like a whisper half remembered, or a melody from a dream you forgot to finish. The light from the tower's antenna sweeps across the street, bathing you in a pale glow for just a moment. It passes, then returns again, in rhythm with your steps. Each flash feels like a heartbeat. The plaza around the tower is empty at this hour. A vending cart sits closed beside the wall, its sign folded down, its wheels locked in place. The sound of your shoes against the pavement seems louder here, but still soft, as though the air itself is cushioning every movement. You glance upward. The tower's windows shimmer faintly, reflecting distant stars. Some floors are still lit. Faint silhouettes move behind the glass, engineers or night hosts finishing their work. You stop by a low fountain near the entrance. The water glows faintly blue under the light, and a Pidgey drinks from its edge, feathers fluffed in comfort. When it notices you, it hops once, not to flee, but to acknowledge. It dips its head again and continues drinking. You smile because in cities like this, even the smallest creatures learn to share the quiet. Beyond the fountain, a Wobbuffet stands motionless by the building's corner. Its body sways slightly like a shadow caught in the breeze. It is calm, unblinking, the perfect image of patience. You wonder if it is guarding something or simply enjoying the night. Perhaps both. It raises its tail slightly as if to wave, then lowers it again. In this city, gestures do not need to be loud to be seen. You step closer to the tower's entrance. The glass doors are closed, but the lights beyond them are still on. Inside, you can see a security desk, a row of monitors, and a few papers scattered across it. The faint hum of machines seeps through the glass, a lullaby of wires and energy. To your left, a small sign reads Goldenrod Radio Tower, broadcasting Johto's heart. The words feel true. Even from here, you can sense that the tower's signal stretches far beyond the city, threading through forests, mountains, and valleys, carrying voices to places where even the wind hesitates to go. You rest your hand lightly against the glass. It is cool to the touch, smooth and solid. Behind it, you can see a stack of photographs pinned to a corkboard. Smiling hosts, listeners' postcards, a note written in fading ink. Remember, someone always hears you. The words sink deep into you. You think of how many people must have sent their voices into this tower. Messages, songs, confessions, and how many others have listened in the dark, comforted by a voice they have never met. A soft chime echoes through the square. Somewhere inside, a clock strikes the hour. You glance upward again, tracing the lines of the tower as they disappear into the night. The antenna's light pulses once more, slow and steady. Between its flashes, the sky looks darker but not empty. You can almost feel the invisible waves that ripple through it, carrying broadcasts to unseen ears. Professor Oak's talk show, Buena's late-night program, tiny snippets of laughter and music traveling endlessly through the air. You take a seat on a nearby bench. The metal feels cool beneath you, grounding. Across the plaza, a young couple walks by, their Pokémon trotting quietly behind them. A small Growlithe and a Hoot-Hoot. They talk in low voices, but you cannot hear their words. You can only sense the calm between them. The bond between trainers and Pokémon is like a radio signal too, unseen but always present. You close your eyes for a moment. The sounds around you shift. The fountains trickle, the faint whir of a fan, the echo of your own breathing. Beneath it all, the city hums. You can hear the pulse of Goldenrod's heart. Calm, consistent, eternal. It does not demand attention. It simply exists, holding everything together. You remember the first time you ever turned on a radio as a child. The crackle of static, the thrill of a voice appearing out of nowhere. The wonder of realizing that someone somewhere was speaking at that exact moment, and that you could hear them. That memory stirs now, faint but warm, like a small light rekindling. You open your eyes again. The city around you feels the same, yet different. The lights shimmer a little softer, the air feels a little lighter. You realize that connection does not always require words. Sometimes it is enough to simply be near others, to listen, to feel, to exist together in the same frequency. You rise from the bench. The Pidgey has flown away. The Wobbuffet has moved a little closer to the wall, still in perfect calm. The night deepens, but it does not grow darker. The radio tower continues to glow, steady as a lighthouse. You take one last look at its height, the way it seems to pierce through both sky and time. You feel gratitude, not for the sound it makes, but for the silence it allows. You begin walking again, your steps soft on the pavement. The tower fades behind you, its light now just another shimmer among many. Ahead, you see the faint outline of the department store, its massive glass facade reflecting the moonlight. The streets between are nearly empty, only a few windows glowing faintly in the upper floors of old buildings. As you walk, you glance back once. The radio tower stands where you left it, unchanging, unwavering. You realize that some places do not need to be explored to be understood. They speak through presence alone. The kind of peace they offer is not loud or immediate. It lingers quietly, the way the last notes of a song echo long after it ends. You turn back toward the main road. A gentle breeze carries the faint scent of blooming flowers from the north. The sound of your footsteps returns, light and steady. The city hums again, softly, like it is responding to your pace. You know the journey is only beginning, and yet something in you already feels whole. The department store draws nearer, its tall glass windows reflecting the faint glow of the radio tower behind you. For a moment, both lights overlap. Technology and reflection, signal and echo, until they blur into one soft, golden shimmer. You keep walking, unhurried, letting the glow guide you forward. The night stretches open, patient and infinite. Goldenrod breathes with you. And somewhere high above, the radio tower hums on, sending another wave of stories into the sleeping sky. The path from the radio tower curves gently east, where the glow of the city grows warmer. Ahead, the Goldenrod department store stands tall, its glass walls catching the lamplight like a prism. Even at night, it feels alive, though most of its doors are closed and its windows dark. Only a few floors remain lit, soft white rectangles glowing against the quiet skyline. You slow your steps as you approach, drawn by the faint hum of machines and the rhythmic creak of a sign swaying gently in the breeze. The wide front steps gleam under the moonlight. You can still see traces of the day here. Faint shoe prints on the marble, a candy wrapper fluttering near the railing, the smell of waxed floors lingering in the air. Through the glass doors, you catch the flicker of a light somewhere deep inside, moving slowly, steadily, perhaps a late worker, or perhaps the city's pulse, flowing through every corridor, even when no one is watching. You press a hand to the door. It does not open, but you can feel the hum through the glass, faint vibrations from the generators that keep the store alive. A small plaque beside the door reads, Goldenrod Department Store. Everything a trainer could need. You smile. That has always been true, but what people rarely notice is how much this building gives even when it asks for nothing. It is a place of stories, of trainers finding their first Pokeball, parents buying medicine after a long journey, travelers seeking something they cannot name. You walk along the side path that wraps around the building. A small service entrance stands half open, a faint yellow glow spilling through the gap. You step inside quietly. The air shifts. It smells of cardboard, dust, and something faintly metallic. The scent of freshly stocked shelves and machines cooling after a long day. The first thing you see is a Machoke. It moves slowly and carefully, lifting boxes with steady precision. Each motion is deliberate, each breath measured. Its skin gleams faintly under the low lights. You watch as it stacks a crate labeled luxury balls beside another marked antidotes. A soft grunt escapes it, not from exhaustion but focus. The Machoke pauses, glances your way, and nods politely before returning to its work. You walk deeper into the loading bay. A few workers are still here, their voices low, almost melodic. They talk about shipments, about schedules, about getting home before dawn. Their words blur into a soft rhythm. You realize that even here, where labor replaces rest, there is peace. The steady rhythm of boxes sliding, the clink of bottles inside crates, the gentle scrape of brooms along the floor. All of it blends into a calm, mechanical lullaby, You move past the storage room into the main hall. The escalators are still running, slow and steady. The hum of the belts and the faint click of each step echoes softly in the wide space. You step onto one, letting it carry you upward. The motion is smooth, almost dreamlike. Each floor reveals glimpses of another life. The gleam of glass counters, neat rows of potions, the faint smell of dried herbs from a display of healing items. On the third floor, the lights are brighter. Boxes are lined up neatly, some open and half unpacked. Inside one, you notice neatly folded scarves, their silk edges gleaming in pale light. A small tag on the side reads, "Silk Scarf." Increases the power of normal type moves. You run your fingers across the fabric. It is soft, smooth, comforting. You imagine Whitney's Miltank wearing one, her calm strength magnified by something so gentle. Power that does not roar, only endures. On the far wall, a poster catches your eye. It shows a smiling trainer and a Pikachu beside the words, "Shop, Rest, Grow." The slogan feels simple but true. Cities like Goldenrod thrive not because of what they sell, but because of what they keep, the memories people leave behind. You step off the escalator and walk toward the window. The view from here is wide and clear. You can see the radio tower glowing faintly in the distance, its light now small but steady. Beyond it, the magnet train tracks shimmer under the moonlight, their silver arcs stretching toward Kanto like veins of light. The city feels enormous yet contained, as though every sound and story folds neatly within its borders. A faint rustle draws your attention. Near the display counter, a small sand shrew curls in the corner, tucked between two boxes. Its back rises and falls slowly as it sleeps, claws resting gently against its belly. The sight makes you smile. Even in the middle of a city of glass and concrete, nature still finds its corner to rest. You watch as the sand shrew exhales the softest sound, like a sigh of contentment. You sit for a moment on a low bench beside the wall. The building hums around you. Pipes whisper. Lights flicker faintly. Somewhere above, a ceiling vent breathes a quiet rhythm. You close your eyes, and for a few seconds, it feels as though you are inside the city's heart. Not hearing it beat, but feeling it. Slow, constant, eternal. When you open your eyes again, the sand shrew is awake, blinking sleepily. It tilts its head toward you, studying, then curls back up again, unconcerned. You rise and begin to move toward the back of the floor, where another corridor leads downward. The sign above the stairwell reads Basement Tunnel Access. You remember hearing stories about it. A maze of halls beneath the city, lined with old shops and workers' rooms. You take the stairs down slowly. The air grows cooler, denser. The sounds of the upper floors fade until only the faint echo of your footsteps remains. A faint metallic scent lingers here, mixed with something faintly floral, like wilted petals. The tunnel lights flicker in long intervals, bathing the concrete walls in alternating shadows. You walk quietly, tracing your fingers along the rough wall. The surface is cool and damp, but it feels solid, dependable. Goldenrod's underground may be quiet, but it is no less alive. This is where the city's pulse slows, where it gathers its breath before morning. Ahead, you see a faint light at the end of the tunnel. The entrance to the Goldenrod Tunnel. You know that path will come later, but for now, this stop has given you something else. A reminder that even in places built for movement and trade, stillness exists. You can find calm in the rhythm of work, in the hum of machines, in the slow heartbeat of a resting city. You glance back one last time. The escalator glows faintly in the distance. The Machoke has finished its shift, stacking the last box neatly before stretching its arms with a quiet yawn. A worker flicks off the main light, leaving the floor bathed in a gentle amber glow. For a moment it feels as though the entire store exhales. You take a deep breath with it. The air is cool and steady. When you step outside again, the streets are even quieter. The city feels softer now, as though it too has grown drowsy. You turn your gaze north, where a cluster of small neon signs marks the next stop. The game corner. You begin to walk toward it, the rhythm of your steps blending once more with the city's gentle hum. The department store behind you fades into shadow, its quiet energy lingering like a memory, not of things bought or sold, but of stillness found in unexpected places. And as the streets stretch ahead, you realize something simple. Every corner of Goldenrod, no matter how busy or bright, carries its own kind of rest. You follow that thought as the lights of the game corner come into view, pulsing softly like stars reflected on wet pavement. The night deepens. The hum steadies, Goldenrod guides you onward. The street narrows as you walk east, where the glow of the department store fades into the soft shimmer of signs and glass. The night air changes here. It hums with quiet energy, like the afterglow of a celebration that has already ended. Ahead, the Goldenrod game corner sits beneath a canopy of blinking lights. A few bulbs have gone out, creating small constellations of darkness among the glow. The door is half open, a sliver of warm light spilling into the street. You step inside. The air is heavy with the faint scent of metal and sugar, the ghost of coins and sweet drinks. The lights inside are dimmer than you remember, tinted gold and red, washing every surface in a soft haze. Rows of slot machines line the walls, each one resting, their reels frozen mid-spin. The sound that fills the room is not noise, but rhythm. The faint hum of the machines, the whisper of electricity still running through them. You walk slowly between the rows. Coins glint faintly in the trays, abandoned or forgotten. Each one reflects a distorted fragment of light. You pass by a counter where stacks of game tokens lie beneath glass, their golden surfaces catching the faint glow. Behind the counter, a Clefairy doll smiles from a shelf, its eyes half-lidded as though even it is sleepy now. At the back of the room, a few Pokémon stir in the stillness. A sandshrew rolls into a ball near the corner, the sound soft like leather against fabric. An Ekans slithers lazily under a machine, its movements smooth and unhurried. You can hear the faint rasp of its scales against the tile, the rhythm gentle and calm. It curls up, tongue flicking once before it settles. A Cubone sits by the far wall, clutching its bone close to its chest. The skull it wears gleams faintly under the soft lights. It looks toward you, then back down again, rocking slightly, as though listening to a tune only it can hear. There is a melancholy stillness around it, but not sadness, more like remembrance. You take a quiet breath and bow your head in respect before walking past. Near the center of the hall, a Wobbuffet stands beside one of the machines. Its body sways gently, arms folded close, its dark tail hidden in shadow. Its eyes are half closed and it looks content, unmoving. You stop nearby, feeling its presence. Wobbuffet radiates patience. It does not chase or react. It simply exists, waiting for what will come. In a place built for chance, Wobbuffet is a reminder of balance. You continue walking until you reach the back of the room. A small sign hangs above a set of stairs, Card Room. You descend slowly. The air grows cooler and the sound of the city fades completely. The only noise is the faint shuffle of cards somewhere below. When you reach the lower floor, you see a table lit by a single hanging lamp. On it lies a deck of cards neatly spread in a pattern. The symbols glint faintly, numbers, Pokémon faces, the bright reflection of metallic ink. It feels like time itself slows here. You pull out a chair and sit. The surface of the table is smooth, polished by years of hands and stories. You turn over a card. It shows a Jigglypuff smiling beneath a swirl of musical notes. Another card, an Oddish, small and cheerful, a hint of soil clinging to its leaves. Then a Poliwag, its spiral belly gleaming like a quiet tide. Every card seems to hold a whisper of the Pokémon it represents. You imagine them drifting through the city at night, half real, half memory. You draw one last card. Adratini. Its soft blue scales shimmer even under the dim light, and for a moment you feel something shift inside you. Calm, renewal, the promise of change without loss. You place the card gently back onto the table and exhale slowly. The air feels thicker, quieter, as though the city itself has leaned in to listen. You look up and notice a small plaque on the wall. The words are etched in faded silver. Luck favors the calm mind. You think about that for a while. In the game corner, luck is not about winning. It is about rhythm, the turning of reels, the flipping of cards, the soft pulse of patience. You realize that peace exists here too, not despite the games, but because of them. Every chance taken is also a moment of stillness before motion. You rise from the chair and walk toward the exit. On your way up the stairs, the air grows warmer again. The lights above flicker, waking slightly as you emerge back into the main hall. A few more Pokémon have appeared. A Drowsy moves slowly between machines, its pendulum swinging back and forth. You watch as it closes its eyes and hums faintly, the sound soft and low. You feel your eyelids grow heavy, your breath slow. You stay still until the feeling passes. Near the doorway, a Growlithe sleeps curled up beside a stool, its chest rising and falling in slow rhythm. Its fur gleams under the red light of the sign above the door. You step quietly to avoid disturbing it, and as you pass, its tail flicks once, the gentlest acknowledgement. Before leaving, you turn back one last time. The lights of the game corner blink lazily, their reflections stretching across the floor like strands of gold. The room hums softly, alive in its own strange peace. It feels like a heartbeat slowed to half its speed, content to simply be. You step outside. The air is cool and open again. The sounds of the machines fade behind you, replaced by the quiet breathing of the city. You stand still for a moment, letting your eyes adjust to the night. Goldenrod glows softly around you. The streets are empty but not silent. Somewhere far off, a radio plays faint music. You look up and see the moon framed between two rooftops, its light pale and calm. The breeze shifts, carrying the scent of earth and oil. The tunnel entrance waits ahead, half hidden behind an alley sign marked Underground Path. You can see the faint shimmer of light reflecting off its metal railing. You take a deep breath. The hum beneath your feet changes. It is deeper now, resonant, as though the city is guiding you downward, toward the place where its voice becomes a whisper. You glance once more at the game corner. The red glow from its windows fades slowly, blending into the darkness. You smile, realizing that the calm you found inside still lingers. A quiet patience, steady and unwavering, like Wabafet's stillness or Dratini's gentle strength. You turn toward the tunnel. The ground slopes downward, and the city begins to change again. Every step takes you closer to the heart of its quiet. And Goldenrod, ever patient, hums in approval. The entrance to the tunnel is quiet, almost hidden between two brick walls streaked with the shadows of street lamps. A small sign points downward, its letters faded but still legible. Goldenrod Tunnel, pedestrian access. You trace the edges of the letters with your eyes before stepping closer. The metal railing is cool beneath your fingers, and the air that drifts from below smells faintly of stone, dust, and something metallic. It feels like the breath of an older part of the city. You descend the stairs slowly. Each step echoes softly against the walls, a rhythm that seems to follow your breathing. The air grows cooler with every level, the hum of the streets fading behind you. By the time you reach the bottom, the world above feels far away. The tunnel stretches before you in both directions, lined with dim lights spaced far apart. The bulbs flicker gently, throwing long, slow-moving shadows across the tiled floor. The walls here are old. You can see where water has left pale marks, like ghostly rivers running down the stone. The scent of age is everywhere, the scent of time itself, layered over by the faint trace of oil and rust. You take a step forward, and the sound ripples through the space, bouncing off the walls in waves. It is not eerie, it is grounding, the kind of quiet that asks you to listen more deeply. As you walk, you pass a shuttered stall. The sign above it reads, Herb Shop. Its paint chipped, the wood worn smooth. The shelves inside still hold jars, each labeled with faded names. You can just make out a few words. Heal powder, energy root, revival herb. Their scents linger faintly in the air, bitter and sharp, but comforting in their own way. You imagine the herbalists who once worked here, grinding roots under the glow of a single bulb, mixing healing into jars for passing trainers. Further along, you see another shop. The metal door is rolled halfway up, and a faint light glows within. You step closer and peek inside. A small counter sits beneath a flickering lamp. Behind it, a young man dozes on a stool, head resting against his arm. A ditto lies curled on the counter beside him, its surface smooth and gleaming in the low light. Every few seconds, the ditto shifts shape, forming a cube, then a bottle, then a soft, wobbling mound again. It seems to dream even as it changes. You smile quietly and continue walking, not wanting to wake them. The sound of your steps changes as you move forward. The echo deepens, signaling a wider section ahead. You round a corner and find a small open area where two tunnels intersect. In the center stands an old vending machine, its paint faded, its glass scratched. Inside are dusty bottles of fresh water, their labels curled with age. A single coin slot gleams under the dim light, and beside it, a handwritten note still clings to the surface. Out of order. Please be patient. You run your thumb over the words and feel the texture of the paper, thin and almost brittle. You sit on a low step beside the machine for a moment. The tunnel breathes around you. You can hear the faint dripping of water from somewhere unseen, the steady hum of pipes running beneath the floor, and the quiet scurry of a small Pokémon in the distance. The air feels close but not heavy. It carries the kind of stillness found in places that the world above has forgotten, but that still remember everything. A faint movement catches your eye. From the shadowed edge of the tunnel, a Spinarak crawls slowly across the wall, its legs moving with graceful precision. Its body glows faintly green under the light, and you can see the delicate threads it leaves behind, forming tiny silver lines that shimmer as they catch the air. You watch it weave for a while. Each motion is patient, deliberate. There is no rush, only rhythm. You rise and keep walking. The tunnel narrows again, and the sound of your footsteps becomes sharper. To your right, another stall stands half open, this one marked Barbershop. Inside, mirrors line the walls, reflecting each other in endless repetition. A pair of chairs sit empty, their leather cracked but polished by years of use. You step inside and the faint scent of herbs and soap lingers. On one of the counters sits a small framed photo. Two groomers smile with their Pokémon, a pair of furret curled contentedly at their feet. You imagine the laughter that once filled this space, the chatter, the snip of scissors, the stories exchanged over the hum of electric razors. You continue onward, deeper into the tunnel. The walls begin to widen again, and the sound changes, softer now, almost gentle. You realize you are near the connecting passage that leads to the basement of the department store. The air here carries a faint trace of familiar scents. Cardboard, fabric, and polish. You remember the machoke from earlier, and the rhythm of its work. Down here, that rhythm feels eternal, like the heartbeat of the city itself pulsing through the floor. You pause where the tunnel splits again. One path slopes gently upward, leading toward a distant light. The other turns left, disappearing into deeper shadow. You can hear something faint from the darker path, a slow, steady sound, like someone sweeping the floor. You follow it. A few steps in, you find an older man wearing a cap, pushing a broom along the ground. His motions are slow, methodical. Beside him, a pine coe clings to the wall, watching quietly. The man glances up as you approach, and you exchange small smiles. He does not speak, and neither do you. The silence feels perfect as it is. After a moment, you nod in thanks and continue walking. The tunnel begins to rise again. The air grows lighter, fresher. You can see the faint outline of stairs at the end, and the soft yellow glow of the city beyond. You take one last look behind you before climbing up. The lights of the tunnel flicker once, as if in farewell, then settle into stillness. The faint hum of the underground fades, replaced by the quiet breath of open air. You emerge back into the streets. The city feels different now, gentler, quieter, like a deep breath released. The radio tower is far behind you, and the department store stands only as a shadow in the distance. Ahead, a sign glows softly with pastel light. Goldenrod Gym. The letters shimmer in pink and white, surrounded by the faint scent of flowers drifting from the nearby gardens. You pause at the top of the steps, feeling the warmth of the air brush against your face. Somewhere inside you can hear laughter. Not loud, but bright, echoing faintly through the walls. The sound makes you smile. The path to the gym is lined with petals, each one reflecting the city's lights like tiny pieces of glass. You take your time walking through them, the soft crunch under your shoes blending with the hum of the city. Goldenrod feels alive again, but in a different way now. Softer, more human, more awake in its stillness. You reach the gym's entrance and rest your hand on the door. The surface is cool and smooth, but the warmth behind it feels alive. You take a deep breath, ready to step inside. The night deepens and the air holds its calm. The tunnel behind you fades into memory, its rhythm joining the city's eternal hum. Goldenrod waits, and you step forward into the light. The doors open with a soft push, and a gentle wave of cool floral air drifts out to greet you. The scent is light and sweet, like fresh petals stirred by morning dew, though night still blankets the city outside. The light inside the Goldenrod Gym is warm and golden, coming from lamps hidden among vines and blossoms that line the walls. You step quietly onto the polished floor, and your reflection follows, softened by the glow. The gym feels nothing like the battle arenas you visited before. It is calm, delicate, and full of warmth. The air hums faintly with energy, but not the kind that demands attention. It feels alive in the same way a garden breathes. Steady, balanced, never hurried. The floor tiles are arranged in soft pastels, shaped into the form of petals and spirals that draw your eyes inward. You walk slowly, following their gentle pattern. Flower pots filled with blooming azaleas and pink lilies line the edges of the room. Their fragrance lingers in the air, faint but constant. Somewhere deeper within the gym, a faint giggle echoes, playful and bright. You recognize that laughter, Whitney's laughter. It has the same quality as the city itself, open, expressive, impossible to ignore. But tonight it carries something softer. Not the pride of a gym leader in battle, but the ease of someone at peace in their home. You move through the maze of flowers that fills the outer ring of the gym. The petals underfoot brush against your shoes, some still damp from the day's watering. As you turn a corner, a soft breeze passes through the open ceiling vents, carrying the scent of hay and milk. The air feels heavier now, richer, as though it carries something warm and nourishing. And then you hear it, a slow, rhythmic sound. A steady thump, followed by the gentle jingle of metal. You follow the sound until the path opens into a wide circular clearing at the heart of the gym. There, bathed in the golden light, stands Miltank. Her coat gleams in the soft light, a pale pink against the deeper hues of the flowers around her. She stands tall and steady, her large eyes calm, her movements precise. Each step she takes seems to press rhythm into the floor, a quiet drumbeat that the entire room responds to. You watch as she lowers her head to drink from a stone trough, the water rippling gently with each motion. When she lifts her gaze, she meets your eyes for a moment. The look is steady, welcoming, full of quiet strength. Miltank begins to move again, circling the arena slowly. You notice how deliberate her steps are, almost like a dance. Each motion is smooth and controlled, her muscles shifting beneath her skin in rhythm. You remember hearing that Miltank practices these movements daily, a ritual that keeps her strong and balanced. Watching her now, it feels more like meditation than exercise. The sound of her hooves against the floor blends with the faint hum of the city beyond the walls, and for a while you lose track of time. You step closer, careful not to startle her. Miltank pauses, ears flicking toward you, then relaxes again. Beside her rests a small pail half filled with milk. The scent is sweet and clean, carrying the faintest trace of grass and warmth. You can almost imagine how many trainers have been comforted by that milk. How many weary travelers have found rest in its simple kindness. It is said that Miltank's milk can heal not only the body, but the spirit. Watching her now, you believe it. You kneel slightly, resting a hand on the wooden railing that separates the ring. Miltank steps closer, curious, and for a moment you feel her breath against your hand. It is warm, gentle, steady. Her eyes are kind, reflecting the light like small pools of amber. You realize that this gym, despite its fame and challenge, is not built around power or victory. It is built around care. Whitney's Pokémon are not just strong, they are symbols of connection, of patience, of joy found in the act of nurturing. Whitney appears then, emerging quietly from behind a curtain of ivy. Her pink hair glimmers under the soft light, and she smiles when she sees you. She carries a small basket of berries, the colors vivid against the pale tones of the gym. She nods toward Miltank with quiet pride before placing a few berries into a bowl near the trough. Miltank lowers her head to eat, the sound soft and rhythmic. Whitney looks at you with a gentle expression, one that speaks more than words could. She does not challenge you. She does not ask why you are here. Instead, she gestures toward the flowers and then to Miltank as if to say, "This is what Goldenrod truly is. A balance between strength and softness, between growth and rest." You nod in understanding, and she smiles once more before slipping back behind the curtain. You remain for a while longer, watching Miltank finish her meal. When she is done, she stretches, her tail swaying lazily. The air around her glows faintly in the lamplight, as if the very space recognizes her presence. You remember her lore, that her milk nourishes entire herds, that her care extends beyond her own kind. You can almost imagine her out in the fields beyond the city, surrounded by young Pokémon, the horizon painted in gold. Miltank walks toward the center of the arena and settles onto the floor, curling her legs beneath her. Her breathing slows, deep and even. You sit down on a nearby bench, letting the stillness settle around you. The golden lamps flicker gently, and the petals near your feet shift slightly with each breath of air. You close your eyes and listen. The sounds blend together. Miltank's slow breathing, the faint buzz of the lights, the distant hum of the city outside. It feels like the heartbeat of Goldenrod itself. A rhythm that is constant but never loud. A rhythm that continues through work, through rest, through the lives of every trainer and Pokémon within these walls. When you open your eyes again, Miltank is still resting, her eyes half closed. The flowers sway gently, stirred by the faint breeze from above. You rise slowly, careful not to disturb her peace. As you walk toward the exit, you glance back once more. Miltank lifts her head, and for a brief moment, you meet her gaze again. There is something in that look. Gratitude, recognition, maybe even understanding. You step outside and the night air feels warmer now. The scent of flowers lingers on your clothes, and your chest feels lighter. The gym's doors close softly behind you, and you stand for a moment on the quiet street. the city's hum greeting you once more. The petals scattered along the pavement catch the lamplight, glowing faintly pink. You walk through them slowly, each step gentle, as though the flowers might remember. Somewhere far above, the radio tower pulses again, its light reflecting faintly in the windows of the nearby houses. The breeze carries the faint sound of laughter, and it feels like Whitney's. Distant, joyful, still echoing through the city that carries her name in spirit. You continue walking, turning toward the road that leads east. The path ahead is quiet, lined with small shops and warm windows. You can already see the faint outline of the bike shop sign glowing down the street. The air smells faintly of oil and rubber now, a new rhythm waiting. You take a deep breath. The gym fades behind you, but its calm remains. The balance you found inside lingers, as steady as Miltank's breath. You smile and keep walking. Goldenrod hums around you, soft and golden still. The road bends gently east, where the soft pinks of the gym fade into the mellow gold of streetlight. The air changes again. It smells faintly of metal and rubber, and somewhere close you can hear the slow ticking of a chain winding down. Ahead, the sign for miracle cycles sways lightly in the breeze. Its blue and white paint has chipped around the edges, but the letters still gleam as though they have been polished by time itself. The bike shop sits quietly at the corner of the street. Its glass windows glow with a single warm light, the kind that makes a place feel lived in. Through the glass, you can see rows of bicycles resting in perfect stillness, their metal frames glinting softly like sleeping stars. The door creaks gently as you push it open, and a small bell above it rings once, a sound that feels like the heartbeat of the room. Inside, everything is peaceful. The scent of machine oil and leather fills the air, clean and earthy. A faint hum from a small ceiling fan turns in rhythm with your breath. The wooden floorboards creak under your feet, and each sound feels deliberate, like part of a slow song only the shop knows. Behind the counter, the shopkeeper is asleep with his head resting on his folded arms. His glasses sit crooked on his nose, and a half-empty mug of tea cools beside him. You smile and move quietly, careful not to wake him. His workbench is scattered with tools, wrenches, gears, spokes, and a single chain coiled neatly beside a note that reads, "Repair for Cerulean Branch." A faint memory of the Kanto connection flickers through your mind. You step between the rows of bicycles. Some are new, their frames spotless and bright. Others are old, with scratches that tell stories of miles traveled and roads explored. One in particular catches your eye. A blue frame with worn handles and a small bell attached near the brake. You tap it lightly, and the bell rings with a soft, cheerful tone. The sound lingers for a moment before fading back into the quiet. You imagine what this shop must sound like during the day. The laughter of children trying their first bike, the clatter of wheels on the pavement outside, the rhythm of air pumps and spinning gears. Now all of that energy is folded into stillness. It rests here, sleeping alongside the bikes. A small growlith lies curled up in the corner near the back door. Its fur glows amber in the lamplight. One ear twitches as it hears you pass, but it does not wake. It simply shifts its head against its paw and sighs content. You pause beside it, feeling the warmth that radiates from its body, the soft rhythm of its breathing. The whole shop feels like that, alive but at rest. You walk toward a wall covered in photographs. Each frame holds a moment frozen in time. Trainers beside their bicycles, wide smiles under open skies. You see mountain roads, dirt trails, city lanes. Each picture tells a story of motion, of balance, of small freedoms. One photo in particular catches your eye. It shows a young trainer holding a bike under a cherry tree, petals falling like pink snow. The caption beneath it reads, "The journey always begins with a single pedal." You stay there for a while, looking at the photo. There is something universal about it. Whether you are riding through a quiet forest, a dusty road, or a city that hums like Goldenrod, every journey begins the same way. One steady push forward. The thought feels peaceful. You realize that maybe this is what the shop represents. Not speed, not power, but the gentle rhythm of progress. Moving, resting, then moving again. Near the counter, an old radio hums quietly. The sound is faint, the voice distant. You can just make out a calm melody, a tune from one of Goldenrod's nighttime broadcasts. The announcer's voice drifts softly through static. You are listening to Johto After Hours. Wherever you are tonight, may your path be gentle. The words settle over the shop like a blessing. You smile without meaning to. The shopkeeper stirs slightly, mumbling something in his sleep. He shifts his weight, then relaxes again, his hand still resting on the workbench. The growlith lets out a soft whine and stretches its legs. The bicycle bell you rang earlier glints faintly as if acknowledging the sound. You realize that even though the shop sleeps, its spirit doesn't. Every object here hums with the quiet persistence of care, the kind that builds rather than burns. You walk to the window. Outside, the street reflects the glow of lamps and the faint shimmer of neon from the game corner in the distance. You can see the outlines of people moving through the far streets, small and quiet, like reflections in water. The city feels slower now, its pulse deeper and softer. You watch as a breeze stirs the petals left behind from the gym, sending them drifting down the road. For a moment, they swirl past the window like gentle snow. You take a deep breath and step back from the glass. The bell above the door rings once more as you leave. The air outside feels cooler, carrying the faint scent of oil and flowers blended together. Metal and bloom, motion and stillness. You pause on the steps and glance back. The single light inside the bike shop flickers once, then steadies. It feels like a farewell wave. You continue walking down the quiet street. The next stretch is lined with small homes and cozy buildings. The air grows warmer again, and somewhere nearby you hear laughter. Faint, human, soft. A window glows ahead, and through it you catch sight of a familiar orange flicker. A small fire. It must be the Friendship Checker's house. You walk toward it, the hum of the city rising again behind you. The road curves gently, the lights dimming as the houses grow closer together. You feel the lingering calm of the bike shop with each step. The peace of movement and rest, perfectly balanced. The sound of a barking growlith echoes from ahead, joyful and bright, guiding you the rest of the way. You follow it through the gentle night. And Goldenrod hums softly, its rhythm deepening once more. The streets narrow as you leave the glow of the bike shop behind. The pavement here is smooth and quiet, lined with potted plants that lean gently toward the lamplight. Their leaves glimmer faintly with dew, and the scent of flowers lingers in the cool air. The houses along this stretch of Goldenrod are small, each one with its own kind of light. A reading lamp by a window, a flickering television screen, a nightlight shaped like a Pokeball. The city feels gentler here, more human, as if it's slowing its pulse to let everyone rest. Ahead, you see a house with a wooden fence and a small garden out front. The sign by the gate reads, "Friendship Checkers Home," in delicate script painted in soft blue. A growlith rests near the door, its coat glowing like a small flame in the night. It lifts its head as you approach, eyes warm and curious. You kneel slightly, offering a hand. The growlith sniffs once, then leans forward, pressing its nose gently against your palm before settling back down again. Its tail sweeps once across the ground, a silent welcome. You step up to the door and knock lightly. A few seconds pass before it opens with a quiet creak. A woman stands there, her hair tied loosely, her eyes kind and bright despite the late hour. She smiles when she sees you as though she has been expecting someone. "Come in," she says softly. "The city doesn't rest, but we still can." You step inside and warmth greets you immediately. The air smells faintly of tea and wood polish. The walls are covered with framed sketches, drawings of trainers and their Pokémon, each one laughing, running, resting together. The room feels like a collection of quiet moments. A kettle hums softly on the stove, and the only other sound is the faint ticking of a clock shaped like a Pidgey in flight. The woman gestures for you to sit by a small table near the window. Beside it, a small lamp glows through a woven shade, casting soft patterns on the walls. A vase of flowers sits nearby, daisies, lavender, and one single Gracidea blossom. You sit down, and she pours you a cup of tea. The steam rises in gentle curls, carrying a scent of honey and leaves. "You've been walking," she says, not as a question, but as a knowing. You nod and she smiles again. The city keeps many kinds of people awake. The restless, the thoughtful, the lonely, the grateful. I meet all of them here eventually. She takes a seat across from you, folding her hands neatly. Her growlith pads into the room and lies down beside her chair, sighing contentedly. On the table between you, she places a small device shaped like a heart. It flickers faintly with light. A friendship checker, the kind trainers use to measure their Pokemon's bond. "Would you like to try it?" she asks. You hesitate, then nod. She slides the device toward you and you place your hand on the smooth glass surface. The heart glows faintly, a soft blue light spreading outward in slow waves. It hums once, then steadies, the color deepening to gold. The woman's eyes warm. "A good color," she says. Goldenrod's color means connection, not loud, not fleeting, but constant. The kind of bond that hums even in silence. You watch the light fade, leaving only the soft reflection of your hand on the surface. You think about the journey so far. The magnet train's hum, the radio tower's quiet pulse, the steady rhythm of the department store, the laughter echoing through the gym. Every moment, every place has carried that same golden thread. Connection, woven through stillness. The woman notices the way your eyes drift and nods gently. "People think friendship is measured in moments of joy," she says, "but often it's built in quiet. When you walk beside someone and say nothing. When you listen or stay or simply don't leave." She glances toward her growlith. That's how the strongest bonds grow, not through noise but through rhythm. Outside the window, the street glows faintly under the lamplight. You can see the reflection of the flowers in the glass, their shapes blending with the stars above. The woman pours another cup of tea for herself and hums softly, a tune that sounds both old and familiar. You glance toward the corner of the room. where a Polaroid camera rests on a shelf beside stacks of small photos. Curiosity stirs and she notices your gaze.
"You can look," she says.
You stand and move closer. The photos are simple. Trainers with their Pokémon, all smiling.
None are posed, none are perfect.
They are moments caught in passing, laughter frozen mid-motion, affection unspoken but visible. You find one photograph that stands out. It shows a young trainer sitting on the curb outside this very house, their Growlith's head resting on their lap. Both are looking in the same direction. Not at the camera, but toward the street where the first rays of dawn seem to glow. On the back, written in neat handwriting, are the words, "Trust is built in quiet places." You return to your seat and find the woman watching you with a gentle expression. "City rushes," she says softly, "but not every heart should. Some just need to breathe together." You sip your tea again. It has cooled slightly, but the taste is rich, earthy, grounding. You feel warmth spread through your chest, the kind that comes not just from temperature, but from calm. The woman rises and walks to the window. She looks out at the quiet street, where the Growlith outside still lies near the gate, guarding without vigilance. "Most people come here to check their Pokemon's friendship," she says, still looking out. "But sometimes I think what they really want to know is whether they themselves are still open, if they still make room for connection in a world that moves too quickly." You understand what she means. Goldenrod is a city of movement, trains, broadcasts, lights, voices. Yet somehow it makes space for stillness too.
Spaces like this.
People like her. The woman turns back and smiles at you. "Your bond is strong," she says. "Whatever journeys wait ahead, it will hold." She takes the device from the table, its surface now dim, and sets it back on the shelf. Then she opens a small drawer and pulls out a single berry, setting it in front of you. "For the road," she says. A token of calm, you thank her quietly. The Growlith stretches, yawns, and presses its head briefly against your leg before padding back to its spot near the door. The woman opens the door for you and the cool air flows in again. The city hums softly beyond the garden, patient and welcoming. Before you step outside, she says one last thing. Goldenrod listens, you know. "Every sound you make, every breath you take, it carries gently through the city. So walk kindly and it will hum with you." You smile, nod, and step into the night. The door closes softly behind you. The Growlith at the gate lifts its head once more, tail swaying lazily as you pass. The street is quiet again, but it feels fuller now, as if the air itself has remembered something important. You look ahead and see another small glow at the end of the road. A wooden sign swings slightly in the breeze. "Name Rater." The path curves toward it, inviting you on. You walk slowly, the golden hum of the city flowing beneath your feet, steady and kind. And as you go, you realize the truth of what she said. Goldenrod listens.
It always has.
The road slopes slightly downward as you leave the Friendship Checker's home behind. The soft glow from her window fades into the distance, replaced by the muted shimmer of another lamp ahead. The city feels quieter here, its hum lower, deeper, as though Goldenrod itself is breathing in. The air smells faintly of parchment and ink, and somewhere close you can hear the faint chirp of a hoot-hoot marking the hour. You follow the curve of the path until the next house comes into view. It is small, with pale wooden walls and ivy crawling up one side. The windows are narrow and warm with amber light. A sign hangs from a simple iron hook near the door. Its paint slightly faded, the narrator. The letters are written in careful script, and the wood creaks softly as the wind brushes past. You step closer, and for a moment you pause before knocking. There's a strange comfort in the idea of this place, a home for names, for identities, for the quiet act of recognition. You press your hand against the door, and it swings open with a sound like a sigh. Inside, the air is warm and filled with the scent of paper and old ink. Shelves line the walls, stacked with notebooks and envelopes tied with string. A candle flickers gently on the desk, its flame steady, casting a long shadow that sways across the floor. Behind the desk sits an older man with silver hair and half-moon glasses perched on his nose. He looks up as you enter, his eyes calm and sharp all at once. "Come in," he says softly. His voice is low but carries the kind of weight that comes from years of listening. "Goldenrod doesn't sleep easily, does it?" You shake your head, smiling faintly. He gestures toward a chair across from him. You sit, the wood creaking quietly beneath you. "I know that look," he says.
You've been walking the city. I can see it in your eyes. At the light of the radio tower, the calm of the gym, the dust of the tunnel still clinging to your shoes. He smiles, just barely.
"You've met the city properly then? That's good. Few people take the time." He reaches for a book on his desk and opens it. The pages are filled with neat, looping handwriting, names, each followed by small notes written in careful detail. Some entries are long, others only a single line. The ink shifts in color from page to page, traces of time visible in the fading strokes. "Names," he says, tapping the open page, "are small stories.
Every one of them carries a beginning and a promise."
People think they give names to Pokémon, but most of the time, it's the other way around. You tilt your head slightly, curious. He nods. "A name doesn't just label," he continues. "It connects. When you say it often enough, with care, with warmth, it changes the space between you. That's what bonds truly are. Repetition, attention, belief." He looks up at you, eyes soft but intent. "Would you like me to read a name?" You hesitate for a moment, then nod. He smiles faintly and pulls out a small, worn device shaped like a Pokeball. It hums quietly as he places it on the table.
"Think of one," he says.
"Say it out loud." You do. The sound feels strange in the quiet, fragile, almost sacred. He closes his eyes for a moment, as if tasting the rhythm of the name. When he opens them again, his expression has softened. "That's a good one," he says. Strong but not proud. It carries patience.
"A name that listens." He turns a page and writes it down with a slow, deliberate motion.
The pen scratches softly against the paper. "Do you know," he adds, "why I keep these records? It's not to judge. It's to remember. Every name said here echoes through the city for a little while, then returns changed. Goldenrod has that effect. It hums through everything, even memory." He sets the pen down and leans back slightly, looking at the shelves behind him. "Once, long ago, a trainer brought me a Jigglypuff. She'd named it Loon. She said she chose the name because its song helped her sleep when the city was too loud. That was 20 years ago." He smiles faintly. "They still send postcards sometimes."
"I keep everyone." He gestures toward a stack of envelopes tied neatly with red string.
The topmost one reads Loon and May. You notice that the handwriting on the oldest envelopes is childish, but as they go higher in the stack, it becomes elegant, practiced. You imagine that Jigglypuff, now older, still singing under soft light, the bond between trainer and Pokémon unbroken by time. The narrator closes the book and looks at you again. Names are memories given shape. When you say them with kindness, They carry warmth long after you're gone. When you say them in anger, they carry that too. But if you speak them softly enough, even the harshest names can learn peace. You let his words settle. Around you, the candle flickers, and the air seems to hum in rhythm with his voice.
There's a kind of magic in this room, but it's not the kind that glows or sparkles.
It's quieter, the kind that builds slowly through time and care. He rises from his chair and walks to a shelf behind him. From it he pulls a small glass jar filled with slips of paper. These, he says, are names waiting to be used. People write them and leave them here for someone else to find. Maybe one will fit you, maybe not. He sets the jar on the desk and removes the lid. The faint scent of lavender drifts up from within. You reach in and take a slip. The paper is soft, folded twice.
You open it carefully.
The word written inside is simple, echo. You look up, and he nods as though he already knows. It suits you, he says. The ones who walk the city at night are all echoes of something. A memory, a dream, a quiet truth. You'll carry that name in your own way. You fold the paper and slip it into your pocket. The moment feels small, but it lingers like the aftersound of a bell. You stand and he walks you to the door. The candle's light stretches your shadows across the floor. Before you leave, he speaks one last time. Goldenrod's strength is not in its noise, he says, his voice low. It's in how it remembers. Every person who walks through it leaves something behind, a sound, a word, a name. The city gathers them soft and endless. You nod in silence. The night air greets you again as you step outside. The door closes gently behind you, the scent of parchment and ink fading into the breeze. You take a deep breath, feeling the cool air fill your lungs. Above you, the radio tower's light sweeps across the sky again, and for a brief moment, it feels like the city is whispering your name back to you. The path ahead glows faintly, leading toward the next part of the city. The soft, cyan shimmer of the global terminal rising beyond the rooftops. You take one last look at the name rater's house, its light steady and warm. Then you turn toward the glow and begin to walk. Goldenrod hums beneath your feet, carrying your new name quietly into the night. The road widens as you move closer to the heart of the city again. The homes and gardens fade behind you, replaced by smooth pavement and soft blue lights lining the sidewalks. The hum beneath your feet grows gentler, smoother, like a current of energy guiding you forward. In the distance, you see it rising over the rooftops, the global terminal, its glass walls glowing faintly cyan against the deep indigo sky. As you walk, the air changes. It feels lighter here, charged with quiet purpose. The sounds of Goldenrod soften into a low, rhythmic pulse. The whisper of distant servers, the faint tone of automated doors opening and closing, the murmur of voices that travel across unseen networks. This part of the city is alive with connection. You can feel it in the air, invisible but steady, threads of light and signal weaving through everything. The global terminal stands on a raised plaza, surrounded by smooth tiles that shimmer faintly under the lamps. Its front doors slide open soundlessly as you approach. The interior glows with pale white light tinged with blue. It is quiet, but not silent. The hum of electronics creates a background warmth, like the soft rhythm of waves. The air smells faintly of ozone and polished glass. You step inside and pause at the threshold. The room opens wide before you, filled with screens and glowing panels that pulse gently. Holographic displays hover above smooth counters, each showing fragments of the world beyond Goldenrod. You see silhouettes of trainers exchanging Pokémon across distances so vast they might as well be different worlds. A voice echoes faintly over the intercom. Calm, melodic, the kind of voice meant to reassure. Connection established, trade complete. Thank you for trusting the network. You move slowly between the stations. Each one hums softly as it rests, the glow of its screens reflecting faintly on your skin. At one counter, a technician is tidying up, her uniform neat, her eyes kind. She glances up and offers you a small nod, as though recognizing that you're not here for work, but for quiet. You nod back, and she returns to her task, humming under her breath, a tune that blends perfectly with the low murmur of the machines. At the center of the hall stands a spiral staircase made of glass and steel. You rest your hand on the railing and begin to climb. The steps glow faintly with each touch, lighting one by one as you ascend. The second floor opens into a balcony that overlooks the main chamber. From here, the whole space feels like the inside of a heartbeat, light pulsing in slow rhythm, movement and stillness, perfectly balanced. To your left, a green warp panel glows softly, its surface rippling like calm water. A sign beside it reads, "Box Data Access." To the right, another panel glows pink, "Battle Video Gallery." Both shimmer with soft energy, patient and waiting. You imagine what it must feel like to step into one, not as travel but as transmission, carried along invisible lines of light. You watch for a while, the glow shifting gently, the hum deepening in the quiet. A young girl stands nearby, holding a Pokeball close to her chest. She's whispering softly, though you can't hear the words. Then she presses the ball to the scanner, and the machine responds with a chime. The glow of the warp panel ripples once, and she steps through. For a brief moment, her outline becomes light, a silhouette dissolving into signal, and then she's gone. The space where she stood glows faintly for a few seconds more, then fades back to stillness. You exhale slowly. There is something profound in that. The trust it takes to send something precious through invisible air, believing it will arrive safe on the other side. It reminds you of all the connections in this city. The magnet train, the radio tower, the gym, the tunnels, the homes. Each one a place where something passes through unseen but real. You walk to the far side of the balcony, where a long window stretches from floor to ceiling. Through it, you can see the city sprawling below. The radio tower's white light, pulsing in the west, the faint pink hue of the gym glowing in the south, the golden threads of streetlights weaving between them. From this height, Goldenrod looks almost alive, like a creature breathing beneath its own glow. You stand there for a while, watching. The reflection of the city shimmers on the glass, and you can see yourself faintly superimposed over it, your features blending with the light. You remember the word you received from the name-rater: echo. Looking at your reflection now, you understand it better. Every step you've taken tonight has been an echo of something, of stories, of bonds, of lives that left their mark here. You are part of the city's hum now, and it carries you gently forward. A faint sound breaks your thoughts, the chime of a door sliding open. You turn and see another hallway leading deeper into the building. The sign above the entrance reads, Pokémon Communication Center. The light here is softer, tinged with violet. You follow it. The air grows warmer as you walk. This part of the center feels older, built in another era, but preserved with care. The walls are lined with framed photographs of trainers and their Pokémon from decades past. Some are faded, others crisp and new. Each frame glows faintly under soft light, as if the memories themselves are alive. You stop by one of the larger displays. It shows a group of young trainers gathered around an old computer system. A caption. Beneath reads, Pokémon News Machine. Data shared, stories preserved. The faces in the photo are smiling, eyes bright with the novelty of connection. You imagine the excitement they must have felt, knowing their journeys were being sent into the ether, shared with strangers who might never meet them but would still understand. A soft hum draws your attention forward. At the center of the room stands an old terminal, its screen curved, its casing smooth and white. It hums faintly, a rhythm that feels almost alive. You step closer. The screen flickers, then brightens. Lines of text appear slowly. Welcome, traveler. Input recognized. Goldenrod thanks you. You smile, unsure whether the words are programmed or aware, and touch the surface lightly. The glow responds, forming shapes that resemble waves. A soft pulse of light travels up the screen, then spreads outward, filling the room with a gentle shimmer. For a few seconds, the air hums like a chord. Then it fades. You stand still, listening as the quiet returns. Something about this place feels sacred, not in the way of temples or shrines, but in the way it honors connection. Here, the invisible becomes visible, the signals, the data, the lives that cross and merge. Every trainer who has sent a message, every Pokémon who has traveled across the airwaves has left a trace. The global terminal doesn't just connect regions, it holds them together. You take one last look around. The blue and violet lights blend softly, casting faint reflections on the polished floor. The hum beneath your feet feels almost like breathing now. Steady, familiar. When you step outside, the night has deepened, but the city still glows. The air is cooler, touched by the faint scent of flowers carried from the north. You can see the outline of a small building up ahead, its windows framed by vines and its roof lined with hanging planters. A gentle sign sways above the door, painted in soft green and pink. Flower shop. You pause for a moment, looking back at the global terminal. Its glass facade reflects the moonlight, shining like calm water. You realize that each place you've
visited tonight, every hum, every silence has been another form of communication.
The city speaks in many languages, and all of them are gentle. You turn toward the flower shop. The scent in the air grows sweeter with every step. The petals scattered along the path glow faintly under the lamps, pink and white, like tiny stars fallen from the sky. You breathe in. The air feels soft against your skin. Goldenrod hums quietly, as if it too is holding its breath, waiting for the final bloom. And you walk on, toward the place where night becomes morning. The path leading to the flower shop feels softer than the others, as if the ground itself remembers every gentle step that has crossed it. You can smell the sweetness before you even arrive. It drifts through the night air, a quiet melody made of blossoms and damp earth. The lamps here glow a little warmer, tinted rose and gold, their light filtering through leaves that rustle softly overhead. When you reach the shop, you pause. It is small and inviting, its wooden sign swaying gently above the door. Painted letters read, "Goldenrod Flower Shop," and underneath, a small line in lighter script says, "Care for the living, gratitude for the growing." Pots and planters line the windowsills, overflowing with colourful blooms, tulips, peonies, and blue orchids that seem to glow faintly in the light. You rest your hand on the door handle and push it open. A small bell rings, clear and soft. The sound fades into the scent of flowers. Clean, fresh, alive. The air inside feels warmer, almost like sunlight held in a jar. Shelves line the walls, filled with vases and watering cans, small bouquets tied with ribbons, and rows of clay pots dusted with soil. The glow from the hanging lamps above is golden, diffused by vines that wrap around their cords. Behind the counter, a young woman hums quietly as she trims the edge of a Gracidea blossom. Her movements are slow and careful. When she notices you, she looks up and smiles, so not surprised, just peaceful, as if she's been expecting someone to arrive at this hour. "Welcome," she says. "You've brought the night in with you. That's rare." You return her smile and glance around. The flowers seem to sway lightly even though there's no wind. She notices your gaze and sets the shears down gently. "They respond to feeling," she says, "especially gratitude. That's the secret of the Gracidea. It blooms brightest when the heart is thankful." You walk closer to the counter, drawn by the soft shimmer of petals. The Gracidea flowers seem almost alive, their colors shifting between shades of cream, pink, and soft gold. "People think it's light that makes them bloom," she continues, "but it's actually warmth, the kind that comes from kindness, not heat." A faint rustle comes from the back of the room. The shopkeeper glances toward it with a knowing look, then smiles. "You can come out," she says softly. From behind a curtain of ivy, a small shape emerges. A shaman, tiny, green and radiant. Its fur resembles soft grass, and white petals form a collar around its neck. It moves quietly, paws barely making a sound on the wooden floor. Its eyes are bright and gentle, reflecting the lamplight like tiny mirrors of dawn. You stay still, not wanting to startle it. Shaman pauses, sniffing the air, then trots forward with an unhurried grace. It stops a few steps from you and looks up, head tilted slightly. The shopkeeper watches, smiling faintly. "It can sense gratitude," she says. "If it's here, it means the city thinks you've been listening." You kneel slowly, and Shamin steps closer. Its scent is faintly sweet, not like perfume, but like air after rain over a meadow. When it brushes against your hand, its fur feels warm, softer than silk. For a moment, the entire room seems to exhale. The flowers lean slightly toward Shamin, and the lamps above flicker as though acknowledging its presence. The shopkeeper moves to the shelves, selecting a small clay pot. Inside it grows a single Gracidea bud, still closed. She sets it on the counter. "Most people rush through this city," she says quietly. "They see the lights and think that's all there is." "But the real goldenrod, the one that hums at night, blooms like this."
Slowly, quietly, she looks up.
Gratitude keeps it alive. Shaman circles the pot once, its nose brushing lightly against the petals. You watch as the bud trembles and begins to open. The petals unfold one by one, glowing faintly from within, until a full flower blooms before you. The light it casts is soft and golden, filling the shop with warmth. You can't help but smile.
"It's beautiful," you whisper. The shopkeeper nods.
Every time it blooms, someone remembers to thank the world for being kind, even just a little. She picks up the pot carefully and offers it to you.
"Take it," she says.
It will remind you that stillness doesn't mean silence. Every place you walk tonight, the radio tower, the gym, the tunnel, they all hum because someone, somewhere, cared enough to listen. You take the flower gently. The clay is warm to the touch. Shamin looks up at you once more and blinks slowly, as if to say farewell. Then it turns and pads back toward the ivy curtain, disappearing quietly. The shopkeeper begins to tidy her tools again, but her voice carries softly through the air. "The city is softer when you walk it at night," she says. "It shows you what it hides in the day, the gratitude beneath the noise." She glances toward you. Goldenrod is like Shaman.
It purifies, it heals, it listens.
And it remembers. You stand for a moment longer, holding the flower. The air around you feels lighter now, charged not with energy, but with calm. You realize that the hum of Goldenrod, the deep, constant rhythm you've heard everywhere, isn't just machinery or signal. It's the sound of connection carried through every street, every building, every breath. When you step outside, the door's bell rings again, its sound trailing gently behind you. The night is cooler now, and the first traces of dawn shimmer faintly along the horizon. The city glows gold and pink, the same colors as the Gracidea flower in your hands. You look down at it. Its petals sway faintly in the breeze, alive with quiet light. You walk slowly down the empty street. The air smells of morning, clean, soft, full of promise. The hum of the city is still there, but quieter now, as though even Goldenrod has finally begun to rest. You realize the journey is ending, but the peace it offered won't fade. The flower in your hands feels alive, and the warmth it gives off feels like gratitude itself. Gentle.
Constant, endless. You pause one last time.
Turning to look back at the flower shop. Its windows glow softly, and the ivy above the door sways like it's waving goodbye. Somewhere inside, you imagine Shaman resting among the blossoms, its breathing slow and steady. You take a deep breath, the kind that fills your lungs completely, and exhale. The city answers with its soft hum, not mechanical, not distant, but human, a chorus of quiet life. The Gracidea glows once more, faint and golden, and as the first light of dawn spills across the rooftops, you whisper the city's name like a wish. The first color of dawn arrives not as light but as warmth. It slides across the horizon like a quiet sigh, brushing the rooftops of Goldenrod with a faint, honey-pink glow. The towers that glittered through the night now soften, their sharp reflections melting into the haze of early morning. For the first time in hours, the city exhales. You walk slowly through the still streets, the Gracidea flower cupped in your hands. Its petals tremble with the wind, alive in the gentlest way. The scent follows you, grass, dew, and something faintly sweet like memory. The lamps fade one by one as the sun climbs, each click another heartbeat surrendered today. Goldenrod looks different now. The radio tower no longer dominates the skyline. It simply stands tall but quiet, its antenna glinting in the first rays. The gym's pastel facade gleams soft rose, the petals outside still scattered where they fell. The department store's windows reflect the sky instead of light. Even the tunnel vents release faint wisps of steam that rise like morning prayers. You pause on a bridge near the city's center. The river below moves slow and clear, carrying bits of pollen that glimmer like dusted gold. You lean on the railing and listen. There is still a hum, but it has changed. It is lower, calmer. The sound of the world settling into rhythm after a long night of remembering itself. You think about everything you've seen. The magnet train, still asleep in its silver shell. The radio tower pulsing like a patient heart. The game corner where silence learned to glow. The tunnel where echoes of work became music. Whitney's gym where strength and kindness shared a single breath. Bill's quiet home, the friendship checker's calm, the narrator's wisdom, the communication center's hum, and finally, the flower shop's living warmth. Each place held a fragment of the same truth, that stillness isn't the absence of motion, but the awareness within it. Even in a city built on movement, and signals, wheels, gears, and light, peace finds space to bloom. You close your eyes. Behind your eyelids, the city continues to move. A Machoke lifts another crate. A drowsy hums beneath flickering lights. A sand shrew curls into sleep in some forgotten corner. A Wabu Fett stands still, absorbing the dawn. Somewhere high above, a Pidgey stirs in its nest, feathers shaking off night. Somewhere deep below, water drips in rhythm with the waking world. And somewhere in the heart of it all, a Shamin breathes quietly beneath a canopy of petals, its tiny heartbeat echoing the rhythm of the city itself. You feel it, that shared pulse. The hum that began in the wires of the radio tower now lives inside you. Every breath you take feels tuned to the same frequency. It is not loud, but you know it will remain. A soft vibration beneath every future step. The sun climbs higher, its light touching the Gracidea in your hands. The petals glow faintly, and a breeze stirs through the streets, carrying with it the scent of the flowers, the iron of the rails, the dust of the tunnels, and the faint sweetness of Miltank's milk from the gym. Goldenrod's morning symphony begins, a rhythm so delicate you can only feel it if you listen with your heart. You smile, not because the journey was grand, but because it was gentle. You realize that the city never asked you to chase its wonders. It only asked you to walk slowly enough to see them. The Gracidea's petals shift again, almost like they are breathing. You lift it slightly, letting a ray of sunlight pass through. The light refracts into soft gold across your fingertips. It looks like the color of the city's hum. Warm, endless, forgiving. You take one last look across Goldenrod. The streets are still quiet, the people not yet awake. The silence is not empty, it is full of promise. You know that when the city wakes, it will remember everything that happened in its sleep. The calm, the gratitude, the hum of connection. You inhale deeply, the air cool and bright. The flower glows one final time.
And you whisper, not to anyone in particular,
but to the city itself. Thank you. The hum answers, a soft vibration beneath your feet, a warmth in the air, a shimmer of light that dances briefly across the Gracidea's petals. You close your eyes. The city breathes, and you breathe with it. The wind quiets, the hum steadies, the light softens, your body relaxes, your heartbeat slows. The edges of thought begin to blur, replaced by the rhythm of calm. The city hums again.
One final time, then fades to stillness. You are drifting now.
Between wakefulness and dream, between city and sky. Goldenrod continues to glow.
A lantern in the wide world. The trains will run again.
The flowers will bloom. The radios will sing. But for now, everything rests. The city has found its peace, and so have you. Good night, dear traveler. Sleep well, and may your dreams be gentle.
you.